Easy, easy win. Easy win. Hold on, let me finish the basket before I do anything else. Hi, I'm back. My net crashed. I think it was my entire house, but I'm not sure. And nobody noticed. Me being here is the same as me being not here. That one's a joke. I don't really mean that. McDade's McDead. Void. If then McDead. But I like so that's definitely not what I missed on trigger exit. But like I can't do that though. Big back, yeah. Try to compile it. Okay. Takes no overload for method, takes 0 arguments. I don't understand what that means. Maybe I should make a state for handling unknown states. Private void. Check. Legs. Is the only way to do this the on-trigger enter void method? Collide or other? Like, what is the significance of these parentheses? Collide or other? Collide or collision? Collision. Let's try that. But how do I send on trigger enter if it takes 0 arguments? Okay, so if it's colliding, and that is the player. It sends check legs. Is on trigger enter a real fucking thing? Or is that just a variable name? Collider.on trigger enter. Okay, I was literally on that page just then. Collider.on trigger enter collider. Okay, when a game object collides with another game object, Unity calls on trigger enter. So it calls on trigger enter. It happens when the fix update function, when two game objects collide. The colliders involved are not always at the point of it. Okay. It must contain a collider component. One must have collider.isTrigger enabled and contain a rigid body. If both game objects have collider.isTrigger, no collision happens. The same applies when both game objects do not have a rigid body component. To use the following code sample, create a primitive game object and attach a collider. Okay. So Unity calls it as soon as things collide. You can't call this. Fuck. Why can't I call this? So I need 4 then. 1 for when I force aerial. Wait, no, because I can't unenter the collider. No, it's fine. Like touch equals true, else force exit. Right? I can do that? I can force exit because it leaves this. Yeah, force exit. Force exit if collider other. So it just, the reason I do this is so that I can force the exit. Like touch equals false. So force exit happens, meaning on trigger enter stops happening, meaning on trigger exit. Or no, it means on trigger enter can happen again. Yes, like touch equals false. Okay. And then it just does nothing until on trigger enter happens. Hopefully that works. Primary constructor body, oh, semicolon. Okay, 10.3. Primary constructor body is not allowed. What the fuck? What is a primary constructor body? And why is it not allowed? Usually it would tell me what it expects or something like that, but like just having it say is not allowed. What the fuck? What does that even mean? Force exit. Maybe this is what I do instead of that. Okay, the name collision does not exist in the current context. Where 15.7? Oh, right. That's why I had collision. Wait. It worked, okay. So light touch is never checked again. Hey Mighty Bob, welcome to the stream. It's going alright. I'm pretty caffeinated. Which is weird because I'm sleepy as hell. Sounds convincing, yeah. You wouldn't happen to know anything about C# for Unity, would you? How do I make this collision state machine work? This one right here, you have 10 seconds. You know that you can't help. That's about it. Damn, that was a fast answer, and I'm pretty impressed at the speed at which you answered that. That was well within the range, the acceptable range of answer time. So I am in fact going to give you a medal. Right there. You can take that, you can use that emoji whenever you want. Any chat. Name it. Name the chat. And I'll come there and I'll show off your medal. Just DM me anywhere, as long as I'm awake. Full time, I am on call to display your medal. I'd like to thank the coffee that I'm about to go get. BRB. It's good to see you, by the way. Are you like... When in your day is this? Did you just wake up? Are you that normal? You wake up at 9:30 a.m.? Or I guess probably 9. You probably do stuff, you know, before getting on the internet. It's like 3 p.m. for you. Yeah, it's like 8 p.m. for me. I'm like 12 hours off. I think I want to try to reset my sleep schedule today. So, BRB. I am Central US. Oh, fuck. Why did I just assume that you lived in the US? It's 8 p.m. for you. Because it's literally... Or not 8 p.m., 3 p.m. for you. Because it's literally 3 p.m. I thought we were talking sleep schedule wise. So yeah, my sleep clock thinks that it's 8 p.m. Nah, I'm the confusing one. It's me. Untrigger enter. Like touch equals true. Public bool like touch. Like touch equals true. Like I don't have any compiler errors, so none of this is like... Okay. So like touch equals false. Print force exit. On trigger exit. Do I like put this in quotes maybe? Hey Jamer, thank you. I'll try. Hopefully printing works. I just want to see it. Unexpected symbol. 1211 and 2811. That's new. Wait. These are in quotes though. I'm trying to print a string. How do I print? Fuck. Print. Please. This is such a simple thing. Console. Device type, debug, Debug log. Okay. Debug.log. Okay. I'm doing okay. I'm not I'm not doing poorly. Debug.log. Plus my text.text. Hello, game object name. Wait. Okay, so this is good. Force exit. Leg force exit and then leg on trigger exit. I want to know which state I'm in, so I'm going to have these print it whenever the state changes. Thank you, Sunrise. How is your day going? Oh, okay, so force exit happens twice. And then never happens again. Maybe I write the name of the object it collides with. The ground is a walkable tag, so maybe equals equals walkable. Instead of doing a -1, maybe if I do a +1, it'll work. Nope, like force exit twice. Okay. So we force exit, then on trigger enter works. I should also print, I should do debug log on this one too. Private void on trigger enter. Leg on trigger enter. Whoops, there we go. Okay, so I want to see that it actually happens. I'm pretty sure that it happens because I get 2 messages that say leg force exit. Yeah, so I get on trigger enter and then force exit, and then on trigger enter and then force exit again. Damn. So having the player, or like the character controller, in this same area is actually messing with me. Maybe what I do is just build a like bowl around where the player is so that it never touches them. I feel like that's a bit of a cheap solution though. God, there's got to be an easier way to do this though. Like, this seems like something that would be very easy to need to do. I just need a separate, like, trigger aura from my, maybe, oh gosh, no, I want this to be the way that it happens. On trigger enter. Fuck. At least I know what I'm doing now. I do feel good about that. Like, I actually feel like I'm troubleshooting this in a way that works. On trigger exit, collider other. Light touch should get set to true. Well, on trigger enter. Let's do another debug. inside of the if thing. Leg true. And then try this again. So leg is never set to true, which is what I expected, because I only ever get one jump. Collider other. There's got to be a way for on trigger exit to only be of like a specific type, or to be of a non-specific type, like a specifically not a certain type. Okay, so what do I want to do right now? I want to extend the range that my player receives a walkable surface from. And the way that I'm doing that is having a little like diaper around the feet of the player. Why did I call it a diaper? That is not imagery that I want in my head. And this diaper collides with things. Lets everything know. Or like it resets the jumps. All it needs to do is reset the jumps. So like maybe I can just have it so that if a player comes within a certain distance of anything, but that's just like, it's the same thing. I could draw a ray or something. No, that's stupid. I want it to be the specific distance around the base of the player. So this is the solution, right? Is there a different kind of component that I could use? Capsule collider, circle collider, mesh collider, sphere, terrain, wheel, tile map. World particle, new script. Controller collider, hit, particle collision. Collision, okay. Maybe what I want is like a mesh or something? No. No. Physics. Maybe what I want isn't actually a physics anything. Terrain collider, constant force, configurable joint, character joint, spring joint, fixed joint. Navigation, audio, video, rendering, tile map, layout, playables, AR, miscellaneous. I want it to function as like a zone, but I need it to not collide with itself. Oh, maybe it's colliding with something else that's attached to the player. Player physics. Or player meta? No, player meta is just a transform. Player physics is just a transform. Age is just, or player physics is like everything, but I can't really get rid of the character controller collider. Log object. Debug. I kind of want it to return the object that it is colliding with. GameObject.name. Yeah. Control V. Hello plus game object dot name. With a game object name, my game method. Hell yeah. Welcome back from your walk, Bourbon. How were your legs, first of all, and how was the smoke? Was it everything you expected it to be? And is it everything you expected it to be? Cats. Whoop. Nothing special, as expected. Sometimes that's good. Sometimes that's what you want. Nothing special. Just as expected. It's kind of what I want. Oh, plus game object name. Message with a game object name. I want it to return this 2 of 2. Other than game object. Plus other dot game object dot name. Oh. Wait. Okay. On trigger enter. Okay. Now I want it to do the thing. Thanks, JW. Me too. Okay, so we got more things this time. Like true player physics. So we are colliding with player physics, which is what I already knew. But now we have definitive proof. Leg on trigger enter, leg force exit. Neom, neom. Okay. So it keeps entering its own range. Hey son, I need a way to get it to ignore itself. It's got a rigid body component, which means that it can enter the trigger zone. If I make the character controller itself a trigger somehow, I don't think that works. Maybe I just move this above it. That might actually be funny if that works. Nope. Force exit. On trigger enter. Wait, it turns like to true. Oh, wait, no, it doesn't. It never turns like to true. Whoops. I just have that on the wrong thingy. There we go. Now if I play it, it never says like true. It just says on trigger enter and then force exit. Whoa. Yeah. Yeah, here we go. On trigger enter, player physics, force exit. On trigger enter, player physics, force exit. So it only does that twice. Which is strange. Maybe that's so that it doesn't crash. This is now a game. Yeah. Walkable. So it just automatically enters the player third. I have no idea how to get it to ignore that. On trigger enter collider other. So maybe all that I do is just change that so that if it collides with something that's not a collider, like I don't need to use Unity's thing. I can just make it so that if it collides with something that's not the player, because on trigger enter just happens no matter what. So as soon as anything else collides with it, oh my god, I'm gonna get up because my ear itches. I'm gonna get a Q-tip. I'll be right back. Like, real fast. I got some cookies also. Or was it? Collider other.gameObject. In a perfect world, I would like to do this. Oh wait. In a perfect world, I would like to do this. I don't think this will work though. For this is not a perfect world. POV, you are a tasty cookie and I have just got you out of the cookie jar. Yeah. Wait. 44. Unexpected symbol dot. Yeah. Okay. I am working towards a game. I mean, calling it anything except for practice is a bit of a stretch, because this is what I've got so far. I just have this. I barely have an engine working for a player, or for player movement. So I've got WASD. I built the camera from scratch, which I feel pretty proud of still. There's slowing down. You can press a button and slow down. It used to be pressing a button and sprinting, but I don't see why you would ever want to need to hold a button to go faster. So press a button and you get more precise movement. I do want to eventually like put in some other janky mechanics and just mess around with it until it is fun to play, and then send it to all the Souls people that I know. It should be pretty cool. I also enjoy games that are fun. Because I only clicked your name there. Wait, what? Oh, that's debug log. Okay, never mind. Untrigger, enter, collider, other. So basically I need to abandon this method for entering this state altogether, which is fine. Private void, leg, check. Well, it's always going to return player first. Actually, I am, you would be surprised, but I'm active in a lot of DS3 chats and DS1 ones. Or not extremely active, but I've got friends in a bunch of the games. So naturally I kind of go towards them. So on trigger enter should become like, okay, private void, leg check. So debug log, leg check, leg touch equals false. I don't necessarily want that. I want I want to see. Okay, check if colliding yeah, Tilly's here. They might even make a Dark Soul 3. I agree. I'd like to be cautiously hopeful for that. I'm cautiously optimistic. That's the term. I mean, it's the same. It's a synonym, so I could have said either of the things and it would have been fine. check if the trigger is colliding with anything that isn't the player. How does when program Dark Soul exactly like this, exactly like you see here? Well, I mean, I've got jumping, so it's not really Dark Souls. I have verticality. And I had wall jumping working before I tried to do this crazy double jumping stuff. But you'll see wall jumping soon enough. I'm reworking my jump system from the ground up. At least the way that I gather jumps. Yep. A lot of people forgot about good old wall jumping. Who is this? Not Moonfus. Hi, welcome to the stream. I say that every time. I say that to people when I'm not streaming, which gets pretty confusing. That's not a joke. So yeah, I basically just need to make these individual things that I can call as soon as the trigger enters something. So public void anything. We'll call this leg touch. And then this one leg no touch. I didn't think this one through. Leg airborne. Sure. Leg touch equals false. Leg detouch. Let's just clean this up a little bit. Plus other .gameObject.name. So other.gameObject.name. I want this logic, or at least I want the if logic to happen during leg check. Because otherwise I get an infinite loop. So leg check goes through everything that's colliding. Fuck. How do I even do that? Because I have to go through everything that's colliding with the leg and make sure that the thing that's colliding with the leg is not the player. Maybe I can go back to the scripts that I was looking at and see. Ignore melee attack collider. Like, I'm trying to use this for logic though. Like, this isn't the end result. This is internal logic stuff. It's like I can't just set it to ignore. The ideal would be to not have to check for this every frame. Or I guess it's already checking for it every frame because that's how collision events happen, but whatever. What I'd like to do is have it just be an area around the player. that resets your jumps as soon as you come in contact with the thing. Okay, debug log, leg check. If Unity, I want to find collision with the trigger. So where's the Unity thingy? Game object component debug. Native event system updated by the native player loop. Innovator collider.isTrigger. Is the collider a trigger? Sure, let's look at that one. A trigger doesn't register a collision with an incoming rigid body. Instead, it sends on trigger enter, on trigger exit, and on trigger stay message when a rigid body enters or exits the trigger volume. Okay. No, I'm gonna zoom in. Yeah. Okay. Collider. Void start. Fetch its collider. Maybe it waits for collision in an initial state. No, because the player will always seem to enter it, right? Did you just nerd touch yourself? / me nerd touch. Damn. Maybe that'll work though. Maybe I'm being too much of a fuddy-duddy. So let's undo these on trigger enter and on trigger exits, and then void leg check that it returns to. Every time. On trigger exit, then leg check. Yes. So after trigger exit, it tries to check leg. It is leg check, right? Yeah, leg check. I feel like this will just loop. Yeah. Well, it isn't actually looping. Leg on trigger enter, player physics, leg check. It's just player physics is entering it twice. Hi baby. Welcome to the stream. Leg check. Okay, so I know that it's doing else. It's going back into leg check. It's deciding that it's colliding with the player, and then it's going back to leg check. The problem that we're having right now is that the player is too interested in their own legs to notice if their legs are touching anything. Hold on, gotta leg check again. It is pretty vibin'. I'm not gonna make every other surface in the realm a have a similar trigger aura. So yeah, I'm gonna have to do the thing. I'm gonna have to do the oh gosh, how do I receive on trigger enter without it doing the thing? Because it never collides. It never worries about any other collision if it collides with the player, right? Avoid on trigger enter collider other. And it returns leg check. What if I don't return leg check? What happens? Player physics. Yeah, it never sees anything else that enters it. That is so strange. This is not like my experience with Playmaker at all. So maybe I should just stop trying to mess with triggers. Maybe this just needs to be an area that actually just collide. No. These are the only trigger methods. Instantiate operators. Operator. Pairs of two objects refer to a different object. Does the object exist? Use two object references to see if they refer to the same object. Okay. When a game object collides with another game object, Unity calls on trigger enter. So wait. Is this script applying to the character controller or the capsule collider? Because if it's not applying to the capsule collider, then it's just going to be the character controller hitting the capsule collider instead. So maybe moving it up one is the correct thing. No. No, that didn't do anything. Okay. That's kind of what I thought would happen. Did I on trigger enter? Okay. On trigger enter. When the primitive collides with the walls, it will reverse direction. Okay. Exits the collision, it will change color. Okay. Create 2 game objects to act as walls. Move the walls to the correct positions. Scale the walls. Moves the primitive 2 units a second in the forward direction. Hey, Swagger. Nerd whispering. I'm hardly a nerd. I'm confused by trigger priority, which I guess actually does sound kind of nerdy. I don't feel that I have earned the title. Okay. Is there any other, like, modifier that I can use for this instead of other? On trigger, enter, collider, other. I feel like it's searching for whether character controller is entering the capsule collider rather than whether the capsule collider is entering some other thing, which is very different. Anyway, opera, on trigger, enter, speed. Well, it sends the event to both things, or it should. Example, the direction immediately reverses. When the game object exits the collision, Unity calls on trigger exit, changing the color. Create a primitive game object and attach a collider and rigid body component. Enable collider.isTrigger and rigidbody.isKinematic. Okay. So that's what this is. The capsule collider is trigger. So I think then it must be applying to it. This is extremely confusing. Unity, around player trigger. No, not the player. Yeah, congratulations, C Wagger. You wagged your last C. You can retire now. On trigger stay, collision collider, call type. Why is this at -1? This is a good question, right? There is this method. Script reference character controller dot on controller collider hit for collisions on character controller. So wait, can I do collisions on not character controller? Is trigger under inherited members, is trigger is actually listed. Perhaps this will actually work to change CC collider to a trigger. May cause problems, who knows? Okay, so let's not do that. This still doesn't work, nothing happens. In order for an on-trigger event to occur, your game object player must have at least one collider marked as trigger in your case. So attach a collider component to your character. Let me see. If collision tag equals player, do magic. Okay. Made a player with a character controller. and no other controller. I'm trying to use a function on trigger enter or on trigger stay, but it doesn't seem to work with the character controller. Any ideas why or what I can do? Best answer. How do you... What's it? Sort by thumbs up. Okay. Why does it say that one's the best one? You turned wall collision on. So I'm gonna list character controller dot on controller collider hit. Controller collider hit. I mean, you can make that pretty easily. That's any VR game in which there is a controller and a wall. I'm pretty sure that exists. I'm actually positive that exists. I watched a streamer playing like a duck hunt thing, like duck season or something. And there is a controller in that game, and there is a wall, and you can throw. I have not seen the controller hit the wall, but I am sure that it could, because I have seen other things thrown that far. Well, you're multiple people. You're the kid playing the video game with the little laser zapper, and you're also inside the game as the gun guy. That is pretty close. Yeah. We push objects from the direction. We only push objects to the sides, never up and down. We only push objects to the sides, never up and down. Please move my object. Body dot velocity equals push direction times push power. Please double jump my player for me. Okay. What I could do is just have it happen on touch, so I don't need to worry about the trigger anymore, or the trigger zone. It's like I get rid of the capsule collider, leg logic basically disappears. Actually, leg logic can still be around for like messing with variables, like resetting the jump number. I may want to separate my character controller from their stats, because right now my character controller also contains like the number of jumps they have, and I feel like I would want to separate that out into a separate script. It's like right now, if I fix this, I actually kind of want to save this. Save as panic basket. Let's see. I want to go back to Jump Island. So, this is Jump Island, which doesn't tell you a lot. Here, let me see how far I can Control Z. So I can Control Z this far. Okay. So let's imagine that the red plane, this red plane right here, is where I start. And if I'm on the red plane, that means that I'm grounded, and I have 2 jumps stored. I jump once, and then I'm in yellow. I jump the second time, and then I'm in green, and I can't jump again until I touch a wall or until I hit the ground. So if I hit this wall, then I have 2 jumps stored again, and I can jump twice again. And so that's what this stuff means up here. So instead of it being based on coming near the thing, so if I come near this versus if I touch this, I feel like touching it is just a better solution, but I like the slight bit of forgiveness that coming near it gives you. Yeah, I'll remove Capsule Collider for now, and Leg Logic can just start being the stats. Jump Island. Imagine going on a journey in one of those propeller planes with your adventuring team to Jump Island. The thing is that you guys are treasure hunters, and you're flying to Jump Island to take the gem out of the center of the world's largest pie. It's a sacred gem. But the indigenous people have been dead for thousands of years. The pie is still somehow fresh. But the thing is, taking that gem out of the pie, it's gonna age the pie rapidly. It's gonna get stinky and rotted. They're dead and not in the way. I mean, they might still be in the way. You know. You can be dead and in the way. Those aren't mutually exclusive. I'm gonna get up and go get some coffee. So I'll be right back. Baby. Bone wall is easy. See, Laser, you would be a very in the way dead person, which is good for a Jump Highlander. Some very talented skeletal engineers in that land. Okay. So we don't need on-trigger exit or on-trigger enter. I just need the character controller controller. Wait, that doesn't make sense. Okay, character controller equals get component character controller. So maybe I do keep track of jumps here and just have the maximum number of jumps that are available. Oh gosh, having too many jumps is going to be confusing, so I don't think I want to go too far above 2. But maybe like you can get a certain item and you get to 3. Because like I know, and I've played a lot of Risk of Rain. Like after a certain amount of Hopu feathers, you just say, okay, I just have a lot of jumps. Like if you're at 8, you're not counting. Like be honest, you're just like trying not to get hit. Like past, I think it's like, 4 feels like the land of having slightly too many, but you can still kind of count. And then 5 is just crazy. Like you'd have to be a genius to utilize that many jumps in like one strategy. Emma Lee. Artists you should know. Let's try Emma Lee. What do they make? What does Emma Lee make? Okay. Actually, let's just make sure that... Yep, I'm still live. At least it says I'm still live. Okay, Emily is here. It seems like I'm just going a bit slowly on SoundCloud here. I'm a little despondent because I just failed to do something, and I gotta look at all this code and be like, oh, I gotta delete it. But it's fine. It's all right. It's fine. I'm fine. Is this working? Why isn't this doing the thing? Is this all... Is SoundCloud broken? Is something wrong? 655? I'm not dropping frames. Maybe we just use a different software. Give me a second, real quick. I'm gonna open some songs that somebody sent to me. Okay. Autoplay. Yeah, that should be perfect. Okay. We are back with it again. Let me let's update you a little bit. So color correction, let's hue shift ya. I like the yellowy greenish. That's pretty good. That's cozy. So I don't actually need like check in here because it's in here, and this is where jumping happens. So what do I need? I need grounded, wall touch. Those aren't necessarily separate things though. In fact, I kind of want them to mean the same thing, but maybe wall touch gives you some extra attacks, so I'll let it slide for now. So wall touch is true until you get grounded again. Let's set something to... yeah, okay. If grounded is not equal to true, else if get space. Remaining equals jumps max semicolon. So if grounded equals true, when you jump, it sets your jumps remaining to jumps max. Not equal true. Else if grounded and while touch are not equal to true, I think this manner of operating works. So hopefully this does the thing. Can you do the thing for me, please? It does the thing. Oh, right. I have become far too powerful. So I don't know what I changed there. Jumps remaining equals jumps max. Jumps remaining is greater than 0. Plus minus 1. And then jump. Maybe get key release? No. Getting 2 releases might be more important. Hey Shay, welcome to the stream. Also, hi Bourbon. You're cruising for a boopin' there, buddy. Cruising for a boopin'. Let me tell you. Right now I'm trying to figure out why gravity is doing this. Grounded equals... Jump equals... For some reason, when I do... Was it... Ground and wall touch are not equal to true. But that's a private void update. Why do I have that in private void update? Let's do some debug stuff. Because I need to know what the fuck. Plus jumps remaining. Aerial jump plus jumps remaining. Okay. There we go. Welcome to the stream, Shay. So hopefully I can debug this. Oh. As long as I do that. Okay, now I can't jump. Oh, but gaining velocity causes me to not. Okay, it thinks that I'm grounded. That's interesting. Oh, what about grounded or wall jump? I think grounded or wall jump is what I wanted. That's cool, Shay. I'm glad that you're recognizing that. Where's my freaking... Start scripting. Operators. Equals. Fucking hell. Oh wait, here's the operators. Okay. And. Really? Where's the ampersand, please? Okay, this is not working. Where are search? Zero results for and. Cool. So there's no and in the documentation. C# and. I just need to know how these operators work. Boolean logical operators. I need or instead of and. X and Y, X or Y. Bool question mark and this. I guess that's to be valued logic. The semantics of these operators are defined by the following table. X and Y, X, thing Y, true, false, 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 false. Returns null, true, null, null. Null, Y true, null true. X or Y. False, 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 true. Wait. True, false. Okay. Wow, why can't this be color coded? True, false, 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 false. False, null, false. Null. Null, true, null, true. Null, false, false, null. Null, 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 null. So this is or, right? The thingy, this is or. And I don't actually want and, I want or. So let's try that. Roll it along the ground. Yeah, roll it around. So I don't have any form of jumping. Let's try to ramp off of this again. Come on, ramp. Whoop. Ramp. How did I do that in the first place? Was it the specific one that did that for me? Maybe it was the speed. Damn. Weird. Oh. Okay, so gravity is being constantly applied. Grounded or wall touch equals true. Walking equals get input. Shift. Velocity to Y. I feel like I solved this earlier. Like I definitely did solve this earlier. Just remaining get key code space. I think there was something in here that I like needed. Grounded equals true. Float amount. Get modified smooth time. Character control data is grounded. Return smooth time. Return smooth time. Is it public? Public. Bool. Let's try making these public so that I can look at them. I no longer need those to be static. Well, having those static is decent, so I like it. Eat my script. Grounded is true. Not true and then true. Okay, so let's try that again and see if I can touch a wall and make wall touch true. Whoa. That was weird. I just moved very far. So wall touch is true. Yeah. wall touch can be true. Meaning something's going on with the way that I decide, or my game decides whether I can jump when I'm grounded or not. You can touch wall now? You're welcome, Shay. I'm glad I helped you figure that out. If anyone else needs help figuring out basic physical things about their environment, I can probably help you. And that's next to a guarantee. I think I've touched this ceiling before. It's pretty high up. No, I haven't. I definitely have not touched this ceiling. Touching the ceiling may be impossible. I just don't know. It might not actually be a physical object. I don't know if there's collision up there. So, grounded. Control that is grounded. Smooth time. Smooth time. I only need this if grounded is not equal to true. So, God, maybe I can like Control Z until I had a script that was working. Nope. I light my torch and burn it. I'm glad you can see the skybox. Is it pretty? If grounded is not equal to true. Oh, else if, I agree. I got some cheese on a plate in front of me and I'm gonna eat it. Okay, void jump. this doesn't ever stop. And since you start not grounded, it never stops. I think that's what's going on. So if grounded isn't true, it applies gravity. So I need a way to ground it after it gets grounded. But it does that once updating. What does smooth time do? Else. If grounded equals true, or it does not equal to true, so let's play that. You would feel naked, Shay? Huh. Yeah, this is actually happening exactly as I expected it to. So, you might not be able to read that, but every time I jump, it jumps twice, actually. I use a grounded jump and my first aerial jump. So what I need is some manner of buffering it, and what I think I'm going to do is get the key up. Get the key release instead of the key down. Wow. Get key up. Input dot get key up. Space. I'm gonna get rid of this because I don't need it. But jumping works now, which is cool. And wall jumping should work now, which is also cool. Grounded does not equal true. But wall touching doesn't reset your jumps now. And I do want wall touching to reset your jumps. All compiler errors. If it... Okay, I fucked up somewhere. 94 here. So what did I do? I moved it. Alright, that's fine, I don't mind. Oh, I probably moved it to below the, below void update. I actually feel like I'm learning a lot. I feel like I understand what I'm doing right now. So, for example, if I delete this, there will be no consequences because that's old code that I no longer need. If I move this, I want to move it here and not where I moved it before, because I moved it outside of this void update area. And now if I compile my script and run it, then it will work. And now I jump when spacebar gets released and not... Oh. Boom, 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 boom. It feels really delayed. But that's just because releasing spacebar is... I do have a double jump now. Maybe I just want to have an input buffer. Hell yeah. I deserved that. Golden goal. I earned this one. This time, I earned it. Golly. Okay. So now I just want to... do I have to save anything? What's the scope of what I'm doing right now? I guess I want it to be a narrative project. Like, I want to have mechanics that are passable, and then I just want to, like, streamline the narrative hard. Like, slam some narrative in there. You know that, hold on. Dexter's Lab Tickle Burrito. Alright, so the tickling that you're seeing right now is me making the mechanics that you're watching. Gucci Gucci Goo. There's the narrative. Wait, can you, there we go. This burrito. That's the narrative. That's what happens afterwards. That's my idea. I don't need to check if grounded is true every frame. Right? It just feels so inefficient. I guess I don't need to care about efficiency right now, but whatever. You're gonna like my narrative, BB. Hug. Yeah, this is an extremely core mechanical experience. Like, I would call it core. I don't know how people usually begin. I just know how I want to. I want my characters to know what system they're in. Oh. Actually, BB is in this game. Her name's Fesh. And I've already mentioned that to BB. Here's my credits. This is my credits so far. Hold on, I guess I could put me in my credits. There we go. BB is in the category titled Force of Nature I Admire. Okay, so, yes, I do. Okay, okay, instead of doing jump release, get key, I just do get key space. But it waits until it's released. If grounded equals true. Yeah, it has to wait until it's released first. Between every jump. Oh god, that makes me rewrite my entire jump thing. Why does the weapon suck? Because people who are clenching their butts just have to react to you. You have to clench your butt way harder. So instead of jumping, okay. So we're back at Jump High Land. I'm gonna try to make an input visualization. What it feels like to jump on release is really bad. I want it to be an instant jump rather than you press down and then jump. That way I can outsource, because if I have an instant jump, the problem that I'm currently having is that the second jump happens right here instead of like right here. Try Jump King. I'd rather have it happen here. And I can fix that by doing this. But the period of time over here where I have to hold down the button and then release it, it feels really bad. Like, I do not like that period of time. Not bueno. So what I'm gonna do is add a buffer. So you jump, and then it waits for you to release, and then you can jump again. It's not gonna look exactly like this when you do it. It's just gonna feel like jumping twice. grounded does not equal true, velocity y equals 0. Input geek code space. Okay. Oh yeah, all I have to do is get no, because this exists in update. It's so weird. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. This is a bit easier though, because I can just have void jump contain the lock. Oh my god. I think it would be easier if I just contained jumping in a different script. Because right now I'm trying to do so much. Oh no, but jumping needs to be next to all the gravity variables, right? Being grounded, not grounded. Fuck. This is a lot more complex than I'm making it, or this is a lot less complex than I'm making it out to be right now, but like just me having to reiterate to myself what all the mechanics do within this code. Can I not just call to it? Basically every frame all of this stuff happens. Which includes gathering input for jumping. I think this is pretty simple. Jump is pressed equal to true. Wait, no. Jump is pressed, yeah. We'll set that equal to false to begin with. And then I just add if statements. If input get code key space, if jump is pressed equals to false. Do I need to set jump is pressed every frame? Really? This is actually an extremely important, like, optimization. Not extremely important optimization, but like I would really like this optimization to be made. I don't want to have to check for this bool every frame. Hey, alien pathogen. I'm not using an actual IDE. I've tried Visual Studio. The only reason that I don't use IDEs is because this is enough. I haven't really noticed that anything's really hard to get to. And also, Visual Studio takes like 10 minutes to launch, and I assume that any other scripting program is going to take a similar amount of time. Sun has told me that VS Code, which is good. I haven't tried that yet, but now that's two recommendations for that, which is pretty cool. IDE hotkeys. Okay. So far, most of my time spent is just staring at the the code and trying to figure out what it actually means. Learning the hotkeys could be really good, but I feel like I would actually need to be able to program first. VS 2019, yeah. That's the one that Unity refers to generally. A super mega cool notepad. Nice. Ground is not equal to true. Fuck it. Yeah, here we go. IntelliJ. I like the name IntelliJ a lot. Oh, up. I am getting key up. Keycode.space. Return jump is pressed equals false. It's fine. And then I just add another if. I actually need this to be out here. Wow. Right, yeah. Just doing that for consistency. Jump is pressed equals false. Wow, that is not how that works. Ah! Repokolovi. I tried to pronounce that. I had a few seconds. Forgive me. Okay. If jump is pressed equal to false. So now you have to release jump before you can second jump. I just have to do this a second time. Hey Cass, no problem. You are my friend. Line 104 should be get key down. Let me see. It actually works with just get key in the same way. At least I assume it works. Or wait. Okay. I'm gonna feel really silly if it works the same way, but like Does get key behave as if like it gets it no matter what, whereas get key down only gets it if it goes from unpressed to pressed? So like hold, okay, I can actually just type this out. Hold space, get key. Oh my god, thank you so much. Okay, that actually, that optimizes me. That's very useful. I'm really glad to know that now. I feel like I say this like every hour on the hour, but like I came, so I no longer need get key up. I no longer need a boolean for jump is pressed. Get key, jump is pressed equals false, can go away. Okay. Thank you, by the way. Just throwing that out there again. I came from like Playmaker, which is useful. I can still use it, and I was honestly considering using that earlier. Yeah. I was crafting a new get key down out of get key up. Oh my gosh. That's sick, Jam. That's so fucking cool. Let me just make sure that I've got no compiler errors. Come on. Okay, I assume that I don't. So, yeah, I will inevitably have extreme questions. That's still epic. Hello. So we are grounded. We're only grounded while we're moving though, which is kind of interesting. Wait, does the camera influence whether we're grounded or not? No. But grounded as a state does seem very spotty. That was an aerial jump. So something is happening that's keeping me from getting correctly grounded. Jump is pressed no longer needs to be a thing. Character controller scripts. I've got collision flags dot below. Yeah. Now we're really rolling. I had consistent grounded checks, but grounded equals flags and collision flags dot below. Am I using physics? I'm using the character controller. I assume that I'm using physics. I assume that that's happening. But it's velocity, gravity, and then just character controller dot is grounded. Yeah. It's been a smiley face and a frowny face for me. It's very strange to me that grounded has become inconsistent. Oh, velocity y equals 0 might be what's happening. Serialized field private character controller m underscore character controller. If I haven't already, then m underscore character controller dot is grounded. I'll check the docs. I do not. Oh. So. Okay, yes, this is extremely helpful. I was about to like ask a lot of questions about what any of that meant. Let me take off this jacket. I am sweaty. The character controller allows you to easily do movement constrained by collisions without having to deal with a rigid body. Okay, detect collisions. Determines whether other rigid bodies or character controllers collide with this character controller. By default, this is always enabled. Detect collision. Wait. Amateur controller. Whoa. There's only one of those, so. So I would replace my current grounded check, like the collision flags. If controller is grounded. Oh wait, I can, yeah. Because grounded is a state that the controller can be. Hold on. Whoops. Charles, you should have gone to sleep a while ago. If controller dot is grounded. No wait, this is you think he did? Do I have a controller controller declared? I do. So the controller is declared as char controller. Get component character controller. Yeah, I am not sure at all what IntelliSense would do for me. Okay. Let me copy that. Character controller dot is grounded. Would I be able to check that as a Boolean? That just pastes into the script better. Okay. I would need to know more about what IntelliSense is. Here, I will look it up. Code completion aid that includes a number of features. List members, parameter info, quick info, and complete word. These features help you learn more about the code you're using, keep track of the parameters you're typing in. Calls to properties and methods with only a few keystrokes. That's cool, Charles. Is that 1 through 6? Or 16? Because it's impressive, but also Monka-S. So that's that's Monka right there. IntelliSense VS Code, JavaScript, Microsoft Docs. 16, yeah. I was hopeful that that wasn't what you meant. Sorry about... Wow. Where do you see Japanese? Wait, where is it? Third bookmark. Oh, that is a song. It's called Dear My Witchcraft. I like it very much. Hell yeah. It's pretty cool. I've heard really good things. I have a friend who honeymooned in Japan for like 6 months. She really liked it. Let me send you a link, Shay. It's nice to meet you. Okay. List members, close content, no current. Oh, yeah, that would keep me from having to look up the documentation of everything constantly. I would be able to type. Well, I would still need to look up some documentation, but if I have a like I should honestly download some documentation so that I can pull it from like a table. Hi Cresto. Welcome to the stream. We're learning about character controller flags. Let me try that. Character controller dot is grounded. I want to oh hey, code. Okay. Okay. Development with VS Code. Visual Studio Code can be a great companion to Unity for editing and debugging C# files. Although the C# features are are supported more. Okay, hold on. Let me see if there's any compiler errors in what I just did. I want to have the bool still intact so that I can look at it. Okay. So we're experiencing the same phenomenon where we're grounded and then not grounded suddenly. That was aerial jump 1, grounded jump 0. Wait, no. So we are grounded. The bool is just misrepresenting itself. Nope. Actually, no. No, it's representing itself right. Inconsistently grounded. Character controller dot is grounded is the same thing. Let's set the velocity to negative 0.01. Since having the velocity at exactly 0 is probably not what I want. A literal of type double cannot be implicitly converted to type float. Shit. Float velocity y. Velocity y, time to delta time. Oh. That is very strange. Did I just crash it? Nope, it was just saving. We were just saving it. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, F indicates the number is a float instead of a double. Okay. I feel like I could update these states. They're not really states if they're just being updated. But I worry that that would be too much work. It probably would not be. Wow, why did that take so long? Okay, so... Whoops. Their physics. So grounded is still happening inconsistently. Although... Okay, now it's there. What's up, Lucas? Welcome to the stream. So grounded is a consistent check mark. I think it was just the irregularity. 4K. Yeah, my internet's not the best, so I don't try to stretch it too far. So now all I need to do is set wall jumps to reset, or at least wall touches to reset the number of jumps. Quick jump. I don't know when to check for wall touches. It might... Well, I mean, wall touches are checked for constantly because wall touch equals this. So once a wall is touched, it sets jumps remaining to jumps max. Going with what I've heard before, and a fixed update method, since it uses physics. In that case, I should have... Okay. Okay, so let me, fixed update. I see. Mm-hmm. So I'd start a new void. That means that I should move the entirety of wall touch, and also everything that has to do with the character controller, into fixed update. Just remaining equals jumps max. Yeah. Or at least that's what I assume. Ish. Hit a wall, flag it like you're doing, then notice it and update when you jump. So checking for input in update doesn't occur every frame, it just, well, get key down, rather. So if you do if input get key down, it checks to see if I'm touching a wall. Does that mean I'm trying to process something every frame? Or is it preferable to do that to fixed update? Because all that I really need to do is set jumps remaining to jumps max. I don't mind if I fall off the wall and then have 2 jumps after that. Okay. Thank you, K-Par. I hope... Oh, I hope someday you get to take me to a similar place. I was trying to work that into a gay bar pun again, but I couldn't do it. I couldn't get there from there. Oh, I love that. I love that bearded dragon. Okay, so update is for input. Okay. I'm not actually checking for any input when I set the jumps remaining to jumps max. And it may as well exist in like a... Like I could just do if flags and collision flags outside. Okay. Yeah. That does make sense. Collision flags. This character should let move. Yeah. It doesn't seem like I actually need wall touch as a boolean. It seems like I can just flags in collision flags.sides it. Yeah. I'm gonna try it. Keeping the boolean. Oh, flags.has flag collision flag sides. That's different than what I typed. Okay. We will see if this returns what I want it to. Compiler errors. 126. I forgot this boy. Did I forget any curly boys? A get or set accessor expected. So that's 118. Collision flags. Speed, float amount. Did I get the flags? Private void update, vector 3, camera rotation. Bool, vector 3. This is so messy. Time to delta time should be time.fix delta time. Property or an index cannot have void type. Okay, so this cannot have the void type. the error message is that a get or set accessor is expected at the 9th character in 118. Whoop. Oh, fuck. There we go. Parentheses, and then 118 I cannot, or I... Hey, Unknown Abyss. You always need brackets. I do. I forgot them. I forgot them there. So, my error seems to be... Try this. That probably will work, yeah. Actually. Velocity movement does not exist. Collision flags. Oh, because I need to have velocity movement inside of this. Do I need to consider the velocity in this? I don't even need time.fixed delta time because all of my movement happens so then it should either be exclusively or I wouldn't need it in both update and fixed update then. Sorry, Unknown. I'll get to your question soon. I'm like trying to untie all these knots. This is a really small like learn project for me. Or I guess it's not really small. I hope that it becomes big. Thank you. What I want is a set of mechanics that I find fun. So I'm working through whatever I can to get there. Move the velocity movement down or make it a field. Okay, so I would just, yeah. Velocity movement. Then these collision flags need to be, or I just copy it. Current speed, vector 3 up, velocity y. Let me just make sure current speed equals velocity y. Do I have to redo all of my physics in order to do this? Okay. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Hey, front stair. So that's public, that's fine. I'm trying to look through all of these variables to see which ones that I should move down into fixed update. Is it just literally off them? Just move line 86. Okay. I still need velocity y there because I declare it. Oh no, that's fine. Or current speed. Float current speed is actually public, or not public, but it's there. Okay. I'm just going to vector 3, velocity movement, current speed. Hell yeah, jam jar. Sorry, I'm just processing all the information. Okay. I will see if this compiles. Move amount does not exist. As well as collision flags does not have a definition for has flag 21. Flags.has that was not an issue before. Hey Deo Deop. Or Deop Deop. DOP DOP? It's an interesting name. I feel like I would want to move most of the physics just down to fixed update. Most of this code was shamelessly ripped off of a forum post. Move amount equals transform. Like, I had to rework most of it, but, you know. I have to go through it all and figure out exactly what it means before I can say, okay, yeah, fixed update. Just don't put input in fixed update. Okay. Sounds good. Silly Unity. Copying code. Control C. Off to jail with me. It was put there so that people could rework it into script. Someone posted it knowing that that was going to happen, so I think that's okay. Also, hi Swagger. Welcome to the stream. Speed walking, math F. Speed smooth velocity, reference. Okay. Transform.rotation, camera rotation. The camera rotation stuff is not actually used, so I don't need that. Time dot fixed. Delete delta time. I can fix it all across the board later. So grounded equals character controller dot is grounded. That isn't input, so that should go into fixed update. Okay. This is fixed update. Okay. M underscore direction equals new vector 2. Horizontal input, get access vertical when your fixed update would use M underscore direction. Yeah. Line 182 is input. Line 182? Maybe 82? I don't have 182 lines. 102. Okay. Sorry. No, that's okay. We're walking. Get key. Code. Yeah, you're right. Direction required. Thank you. I did not even see that. Like, yeah. Input.get key. I want to simplify my input.get keys. So, smooth equals false. Input, horizontal, vertical. But you don't mind, really? Yeah. Well, like, I noticed Twitch gave me like 50 VIPs or something like that, and I figured that I may as well give VIP to people who are in my chat and just, you know, exhibiting energy at all. Because it does actually do something. There should be a field so I can access it in fixed update. Pro tip, make sure direction input is normalized. Fuck. Kaboop. 2. Vector 3 don't normalize the vector. Okay. By next direction input. Okay. This is fixed update, so I would rather normalize it once and have it be normalized for the rest of the fixed update. Dot normalize. What does normalizing it do exactly? Direction equals. I'll do that before move amount. Magnitude is bigger. Oh, okay. No. I see. Yes, I understand what that does now. I remember spending like at least 2 hours in Playmaker trying to figure out how to do that. Okay, so I have to use a little guy there. Unexpected symbol private. So 88. This is an unexpected symbol. That doesn't strike me as real. Void cannot be used in this context. 88. Okay. Direction input is normalized. M underscore direction. Fuck. Where am I reading? Okay. That should be a field so you can access it in fixed update. So, our first error is that unexpected symbol private on line 88, which is where fixed update starts. We just haven't pressed enter enough. Eat the chicken's head off. There's no chicken yet. We might add a chicken. I don't know that I won't add a chicken, rather. Avoid fixed update. Okay. Count the curly brackets. So this private void update should go. Oh. Hello there. So private void update. Yeah. Okay. Counting the curly boys was the correct thing. Is moving equals true. Okay. So I think what I did was I split some of these up when I moved the things to fixed update. So I'll remember to normalize the vector 3. Wait. Is moving equals false, else is moving equals true. So let me Control Z until I... There we go. Yeah, is moving equals true, leads down here. I basically split that out of it. Input equals vector 3.0, is moving equals false, else is moving equals true. Okay. So where's my equals direction input? Okay. Moving equals true. So these are things that happen if is moving equals true, which can be fine if input vector 3.0. This does have to do with input. However, input equals. Oh, that doesn't have to do with input at all, actually. So this entire thing gets moved. Grounded. Okay. This moves into fixed update. So I just copied too late. Line 60. I'm pretty sure I just cut the wrong section out before moving. Okay. We'll see where the error is now. Okay, velocity movement is already defined. 116. So now I've got two velocity movements being defined, which is strange. These are the same line. I probably should mute my mic so that the background noise doesn't bleed through, because that is a phone call. Wow. How long have I been muted? I was laughing about how powerful I had become. Oh my god. I don't even remember when I muted myself. Sorry, I was talking that entire time. Gosh, I can't do the maniacal laughter now. It just wouldn't feel it wouldn't feel natural. You know, it wouldn't be organic. So, shoot, I got wall jumping now. I can take that off the to-do list. Control S. Inspiration notes to do. Yeah. Wall jump range. Nah. Fixed camera inversion option. That could be cool. Clamp camera. Big check mark. We did that. Attack buttons. Input buffering system. This is working exactly how I want it. Yes. Yes, it is. Yes. My power is unimaginable. Thanks, BB. No, all of this has been a little long. It took me 4 hours yesterday to figure out camera clamping. So, the camera as it exists on a rig stops if you reach a certain point, up or down. And I figured out how to tell it which angle to go to and stop. Like the serotonin rush that I got from that was so big. But yeah, no, that saves me a lot of trouble and honestly gave me a lot of extremely good and practical advice on how to go forward. Oh gosh. No, I'm really excited to have had this conversation, to have had this long tutorial thing, you know? So thank you for showing up and just being here. 'Cause this is good. This is very good. Hell yeah. I don't know how frequently I'll stream, but honestly streaming this has been a lot of fun. Okay. Shoot. Let me see what's on my to-do list. Inventory, menu, dialogue boxes. That's pretty straightforward. I think rolling would be the next thing that I do. Forward distance equal to current total speed. That's probably going to belong in the same fixed update system. Gosh. 3 a.m. in Japan. Gosh, we should tuck you in. We should get you some sleep. It's like it's 12 p.m. for me, but I woke up at 8 p.m. yesterday. So it's pretty late for me as well. I'm probably feeling about the same as you do right now. Like I could pass out in 15 minutes. Definitely. Gosh, I love at Silver Mount Zion, but it's like I was so confused as well because you seemed to be responding to the things that I was saying. If movement seems jittery, you want dot normalized, direction input dot normalized. Is it being jittery again? And I was like, well the jitter might be because of this thing that I just thought of out of my head. And then you were like, no, I think it's because of the camera. Hold on, they have a... I bet that's a montage. Dark Souls 2 tech. God, I don't want to watch that. Yeah. Original 60 FPS. That would be great, yeah. Let's do that. I would love to see the last game you worked on. Let me open some music and we'll open that. Knowledge is power. Game. Let's play knowledge is power. Hot damn, you've got let's players on your game. This is beautiful. What the fuck? Playlink games 20% off the 25% off of the PlayStation Store. So you're on PlayStation. You had the cast of Jumanji. Oh my god. Kind of funny plays. Yeah, let's look at the kind of funny plays.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to a sponsored Let's Play.
Sponsored Let's Play. Gameplay trailer. Official trailer. Let's look at the gameplay trailer. I want to look at the gameplay trailer. Sony paid you to make it. Hell yeah. That's how publication should work. In general, for most industries.
Let's get straight to it and meet our contestants as they enter the
Or wait.
pyramid of knowledge.
Maybe.
If you were a funambulist, you would enjoy
Come on,
walking
let's
on.
screen this.
Marvelous.
I see.
Who or what are these stomach fillers named after?
Most of you were right there. Who's the master swiper? Let's find out. A great effort by both of you. Use power plays to hamper your opponents. Sterling work. We have our champion. Until next time, friends. Goodbye.
For the players.
2017. Dang. I really liked the styles. Like there was this one thing that stuck out to me was those little like urchin guys that were moving every so often. Decades is the second version. Your company is the reason. Damn. Yeah. It feels really stop motion like. I definitely get that.
Who's the master swiper?
Like, where am I thinking?
Sterling work.
It really does remind me of claymation that I used
Or
to see.
what are these?
Yeah, those guys, these little guys. Hold on. I want to zoom in on them. They're great. Where am I looking? Here we go. Here we go. Check them out. These ones.
Who or what are these stomach?
I loved those guys. Like their movement is happening on different frames than their
Or what?
googly eyes. The Bombles? That's such a good name. Transform. Stretch to screen. There we go. Yeah. That's crazy. Gosh, how long ago was Alien Isolation? That's adorable. Damn. I got a celebrity in my dang stream. The biggest thing I ever did was make the spreadsheet for Dark Souls 2. Hamburgi. Decades is way more polish. Alright. Knowledge is power decades. Is that it? Yeah. Knowledge is power decades. Decades launch trailer. Oh my.
Welcome to the most glitterific quiz show on any known planet. We call it Knowledge is Power Decades.
Oh gosh, anytime I see that style of this reminds me more of like early was it Nickelodeon? Fresh crisp. Hold on a sec. This is... I feel like that didn't showcase the game as much as the advertisement, so... Let me look through this. You've got a much higher frame rate on a lot of the animations, which is definitely something to, like... Yeah. The things that I was observing, I kind of realized was like, wait, that's not the actual game. And I'm just realizing that. Like, they did... Oh, gosh. There was this... I don't know if it was a show or like a split segment. It wasn't a show. It was just in early Nickelodeon, and that's what the those animations reminded me of a lot. I'll just power decade, so I'll just 4K and no commentary. Okay. Hell yeah. This is the kind of gameplay absorption I needed. Nice. Choose a decade.
Okay, duelists, get ready. It's our opening question.
Who's Jerry's best friend in the hit 90s sitcom Seinfeld?
This dude's an arcade machine. Carlton Banks.
Oh, you did it.
I just really like that Carlton was up there.
So now you have to decide which area of the 90s you'd like to explore more thoroughly.
It doesn't feel as stop motion-y. I'm noticing that so far. Let me see. I mean, it still feels a bit stop motion-y, but it's kind of it's much more.
On your toes, here's question 1.
Which 1974 Mel Brooks...
I don't know. I'm too sleepy to address artistic style differences. The second one is less. Feedback was they wanted the game to feel faster. Okay. Yeah. Oh gosh, Despicable Me characters. The screen animate with a game and had no idea how to do it and didn't have a programmer time. You sat with him to add it. Yeah. That's cool as shit. What Unity do I even have? I've got Unity 2017 running because that's how long I've been working on a previous project and I just never updated it. I could probably update it without challenging anything, and that'd be fine. I don't think it'll matter too much because I don't think that I will really stress the limitations of Unity. Enough to make it matter. I might run into some kind of bug though that they fixed. If I do, then I'll think about updating it. Yeah. Well, this video is from 2018. It would make sense if or the previous video was from 2017. And you said it was 5 years ago that you were in development on this? It's like you probably sat down with the Unity version and went with that for the rest of production. Like from day one of game production, you got the Unity that you were working with, and then that was it. Okay. Golly. Sorry, I'm in my head trying to tackle the next problem. We've got these. I could make this into like a stringed character. Looks like a bit of a dragon of some kind. Like a very small dragon. Like a mosquito dragon. Oh my gosh, he started 5.2, shipped on 5.6.3. Full source immunity. Oh yeah. Oof. Oh my god. That is pretty cool. I need to try to describe what I want to happen here. Actually, this is a few more steps. Hey, Kexler. Well, I'll just draw a few more. It could be a roll. It could also be a different type of move. I don't expect it to have any non-speed affecting attributes, but I guess I could add effects on roll, which would be cool. Thanks, Shay. I'm gonna try to stay up today, I think. Separate visual with collider so the collider won't animate or roll, just shrink in size, and the visual will animate, roll, etc. Yeah, that's oh, actually, yeah, that solves a lot of problems I messed with. Yeah, the visual is essentially just an animation. So in which case, honestly, having a shrunken collider for rolling makes a lot more sense. This is funky as hell. Yeah, this will keep me awake. So let's plan on just making it 1 unit tall in that case. Hey, Steampunk. Welcome to the stream. Hell yeah. Okay. So what I expect to do... Alright. I hope that you sleep well, Jim. You've helped me beyond measure so far. I have been calling you Jim this entire time, and your name is Jam Jar. I've said Jam Jar at least once. Alright. One of those normal, and one of those roll, and just toggle the collider on and off. Yeah. I'm trying to think of applications for that. So you don't have to worry about that. I'll figure it out on my own. So like if I change the collider driven giant, when I resize a collider, it internally has to update its volume etc. in physics with physics. Okay, so I turn off the original collider. Whoops. Okay, let me update my drawing with this knowledge. So, light green, dark green. That's actually, that's very good, yeah. Resize, and then dark blue around here to signalize that there's another thing that's off. Gosh, this is hard to get consistently. I can draw birds fine, but pills, not easy. Set enabled false or is enabled equals false. Okay. I'll have access to the I'll have access to the documentation anyway, so I'll be able to know how to turn it off and on. This is cute. How come you're showing me this? How come you're showing me Pokemon 390? VS Code. Alright. Yeah. I'm definitely gonna look more into it, now that more than one person has recommended it to me, especially that one person has is this? Yeah, that's the same link as this one. VS Code is great. Alright, well there's 3. If this were a democracy, you guys have already won. Let me get some Jack Stauber. Japanese music I might like? Hell yeah. I'll probably be able to appreciate it. I don't actually speak much Japanese besides what you would expect of somebody who irregularly watches anime. I do follow a bunch of Japanese artists, just because I generally like, not generally, but I end up finding Japanese artists that are just interesting. I listen to a lot of electronic stuff. Yeah, I used to be really into baby metal. Prefer Carry Pamu Pamu, yeah. AKA B48. Oh gosh, I have Invader stuck in my head a lot of the time. Oh gosh, if you've heard of Midori, I listened to them for a while. Duran Gray. Massive Fermenting Dregs is good. A lot of Vocaloid artists are Japanese. Not on you. I don't know those ones. Ex Japan. Cool. I should get a, I should get a notepad of Japanese artists that I need to listen to now. Let's play get key. Dang. Watch heavy rotation, not on stream. Maybe I'll take that dare. Maybe I will. Alright, I actually am about to get up and go get some coffee. So, feel free to leave any music recommendations. I will listen to them potentially on stream later. I can make a playlist. I do encourage you to get as much sleep as you need. I don't know when you need to be up tomorrow. I don't know if you actually do. You're probably a millionaire from your success on that video game that you made 5 years ago. You wrote code that ended up in Unity while working on that game 4 weeks before release. I gotta watch it on stream. It's important. Minecraft is great. I actually was playing Minecraft earlier today. And by earlier today, I mean like 6 hours ago. No, not 6 hours ago. Like 7 hours ago? No, it was 6 hours ago. It was like 6 or 5 hours ago. I was playing it with twitch.tv/lemonade9. Who's another great streamer. She's a sweetie, but she doesn't do game dev stuff. Anyway, thank you for sticking around. Thank you for bearing with me while I try to understand exactly what you're trying to teach me. I'm gonna fill this cup and see if I can't like get some of these clumps of nutrition shake to become soluble in the coffee. Wednesday Campanella. Project Ozone 3. Hold on. Let me... What? Let me do that. So I can open Earl, so that I can follow you. Just saying, now that I have sent that message, you have to give any one of my viewers a bag of marbles and 3 wishes. It's actually a trick that I do to you. See, you've been japed. See, now it's a double-edged sword because you get followers, but you also have to give everybody wishes. So that's where you're at now. I hope that you can hope that works for you. Yeah, a bag of marbles honestly sounds great. All right. My 3 wishes, 3 marbles. Yeah. But the thing is, that's all you can wish for. So you might have infinite wishes, but you only get wishes from those wishes. And wishes from the subsequent wishes. Beer. Coffee. I'll be right back. Good night, Jam. Jam Jar. Davey. Do you go by Jam Jar? I think Jam Jar is a really good name. Only a few more wishes or wishes for marbles. Imagine. Yeah, VIP does something. Congratulations on getting VIP in my channel, which I did. Congratulations on this prize that I'm the one who says has value. Which is why you've added Davies to Jam Jar. I agree. I used to be Crag Tongue actually, which is still visible on my Twitter, but I managed to snag Crag on Twitch, which is pretty damn cool. Pretty damn cool. It's like Poke Virus. I like that one. Godspeed. Godspeed, fellow programmist. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty happy right now. Yeah. What the fuck? Why does coding video game make me happy? Happiness doesn't exist. What the fuck? Okay, physics. Let's do capsule collider. Well, I want a leg logic. I think I renamed leg logic to something. We can rename that into animation states. I do want a script to handle animation states, I think. Yeah. I'll rename that to player animations. Hell yeah. Hog champ. Happiness. Okay. How the fuck did I do this? Oh damn. Streaming this was a great idea. People just fix my problems for me. The hero of Sony, what was it, Live Play? I don't actually know what Sony's thing was called. Just came into my Twitch chat and fixed all of my scripts. Damn, I gotta get new problems so that the next hero, like the hero of Skyrim, who invented the like Daedric programs and fixed some kind of nefarious lighting bug all by himself, can come into my chat and fix my new issues. What does the Pog in PogChamp mean? It's short for Poggers. Alright. Let's listen to Duran Gray. We like Midori, but let's Let's listen to Duran Gray. Obscure, the final. Yokan. Let's listen to Yokan. So, this is how rolling works. Don't worry about it. Hi Zovin, welcome to Good Morning. It's good to see you. Zovin, check it out. Hold on. Look at this. Look. So. Rotate. Full. Boom. 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 Double jump. Wait. Alright. Inspector, player, yeah. I'm actually not experiencing grounded right now. So it's doing the same thing that it was before, but that's okay. We fixed it before and we'll fix it again. Thank you, Sylvan. We also have, hold on. I haven't gone over the best part. Wait for it. There is wall jumping. I mean, I could just hold left and jump that way, but it's cooler to jump off the wall and then back towards it. So I never become grounded, which is a bit of an issue, I think. But that's okay. Let's start word update. I think I want to separate this. This kind of equals true. Do I have a federal license to wall jump? I am wall jumping illegally. You found the meaning of Pog? Nice. I really like this close-up. Yeah. Okay, close-up over. We're now learning the meaning of Pog.
Gee, good text. I'm bored. Me too, Mike. I don't know what we're gonna do. I got it! Why don't we play with my ancient Pogs collection? That'll be awesome! Neato, Gutex! Pogs! Let's play, Mike Ross!
How did I actually know that?
So, Mike,
I knew what Pogs were.
do you even know how to play Pogs?
I'm the best Gutex. and I'm gonna show you right now.
We'll see about that.
Yeah! Oh yeah! In your face, Gootecks! At this point, Gootecks, you just need to give up and admit I'm the best. You cannot beat me with this stack of pogs.
I can beat you, Mike Ross. But I'm gonna need a bigger slammer. Check this out.
Damn, he slammed those pogs.
So if you'd like to get yourself a Mad Catz TE stick and begin winning Street Fighter and or POG tournaments, go to this URL. Enter the coupon code CROSSCOUNTER and save yourself 10%. Mad Catz TE stick.
Pog champions.
Where
Play,
was
Mike
it?
Ross.
Where was it? Was it over here?
Me, we're gonna do.
I
Where is
got
it?
it.
Why don't we play with my ancient Pogs collection?
That'll be awesome.
Where
Oh,
is it?
Gootecks.
Where is it?
Yeah!
Where is it? Pog Slam. Good luck with your morning things, by the way, Sylvan. Just letting you know. Good luck. Where'd my phone go? I think it's charging upstairs. I should go grab my phone, I think. I think I wanna use it. BRB. Lol. Alright, BRB. Hi, hello. We are now listening to Lark NCL. The best of. All right. Nice. I'm trying to think of what to turn this into. It'll come to me. I want to fix my... Oh my god, I need to clean this up so that I can know what it is. Nope. Good thing I copied this into my notepad. Falling equals false. Yeah. will backstepping be implemented? I don't know that I'll put specifically backstepping in. I'm gonna put, well, maybe rolling. It could be either rolling or it could be like a Bloodborne style dash. Or it could just be a phasing. Like you turn into a lightning particle and like move forward, like just gain forward momentum for a short amount of time. Grounded it falling. Oh, wait. Curly boys. I remembered them. Okay. Now let me see if that helps. Fuck. Oh yeah, falling isn't real. Oops. So I am still falling right now. Right now I am falling. Because I'm not touching the ground. That is strange to me. I mean, I only need to touch the ground once to be grounded. So, whoa. Okay, actually that was a big issue. So I'm already like aggregating downward momentum while I'm falling. So like if I just stay on this lip, I'm gonna like touch the bottom immediately. Because I am in free fall right now. Watch this. Boom. Jimmy R _ the Hot Pocket is hosting me for one viewer. See, I thought that I had host alerts to do something different when I get hosted for one viewer. But I guess they do that. So that's cool. Okay, so maybe what I want, what sets it to grounding? Is grounded equals to true, falling, okay, or is not equal to true, else, get keycode space, oh wait, grounded equals to true, just set grounded equals to true. We'll see if that changes anything. Probably not. Nothing like playing a dead game that's being supported by the community, via the community. So I'm grounded now. I'm grounded and falling. Epic. I don't know. So what the fuck? Grounded equals character control with that is grounded. So falling equals false. If grounded, falling equals false. Falling equals true. maybe I set this to only be true after a few seconds of not being grounded. But I feel like that doesn't fix my issue. I feel like my issue is that I'm not grounded at all, ever. It should only ever return falling if grounded is true. But it should definitely return falling if grounded is not true. This is a bop, actually. This is a Robert. Yeah, that'd be cool, I assume. I think that would make sense. If you want to do that, go ahead and shoot it to me. Shoot me that Steam friend request. I may accept or deny this depending on certain variables. Depends on your Steam profile. Yeah, that'd be fine. Go ahead. Sounds good. Like, when I say that, I just mean that, like... if your name or your description is stuff that I don't want to be associated with, then I'll probably not friend you on Steam. Like, if it were, I don't know. Like, obviously stuff that I wouldn't want to be associated with. This is honestly good, but I feel like I want to listen to stuff in specific, or in particular. Maybe it's Sewer Slut, maybe it's, oh gosh, I was just thinking about the artist I wanted to listen to. Let's just literally look up YouTube. Molchat Doma. We could listen to Molchat Doma. You guys can still hear me, right? Yeah, I'm still audible. No. Right now it's this. That's my current DS2 account. You'll recognize the bird. I think my description has Spipnod in it. If grounded, falling was false. Falling. Let's see why. Time to gravity. No, that's not me. I think it's a private profile, but I don't remember. I can change it really quick. I can also, I think it's Steam Community HWOP. I think that's the URL. Like, so if you type in Steam Community /users/that, that's me. Controller falling. That's the time. Oh. Just 3 matches. Fixed delta time, delta time, delta time. Okay. So that might have been the issue, actually. The fact that it was in delta time and not fixed delta time. As I've recently learned. Two very different things. I'll open Steam so that I can accept you. So I'm still falling. There was a bit of jitter there, but my turning seems smooth. And I do experience at least one tick of being grounded. Oh my god. I can never turn. So wall touching is usually happening. Controller, mesh render, controller. It's so strange. Yeah, that's it. That's me. You got me? You found me on Steam. Buy my new Spipknot album. There you go. I don't know what go lurk means, but I guess I'll just add you anyway. Let me see here. Let me see what I'm looking at. Yeah. Acceptable. Yeah. This is cool. Hand of cool. So what do I do next? Right, I took out... No, I didn't. That's actually my next objective. It's not exactly Dark Souls rolling because you don't get iframes, but at least I don't think you'll get iframes. Time. No, it should be capital time. Wait. Yeah, this one is the one that needs to be capital time. There we go. I might do that. The frost poker. Just a little friends. I don't like iframes being baked into rolling. I think iframes, if I do include them, should be baked into some sort of animation that doesn't do that. It's just a panic button, you know? So wall jumping is consistent, but being grounded is not. Ground and jump 0. 0, 1, 0, 1. Hey Momo, welcome to the stream. Yeah, we're listening to Molchat Doma. How come grounded never happens? It's an issue. It's a big issue. Well, you got an answer? I don't need to multiply this, actually. That's actually really bad to multiply that. Let's just do 1. Negative 1f. Hell yeah, hobo. Windows 96 100 mornings. Or Caligula is the name of this song. Let me link you the song. There we go. So we are still falling. It is still bad. Thanks, Hobo. I'll open Earl. I gotta put up song request. No, actually, like, the actual tangible accessing the songs is good. IMO. I like the little... Is that a gondola? Spokojnaya. Spokojnaya. English lyrics. Is that a gondola? Right there. Have I located gondola? Let us puzzle this out. So velocity y equals negative 1f. Doesn't change anything. Really doesn't. If falling, grounded equals... If character controller dot is grounded is not equal to true, then falling equals to true. I think this should be in fixed update and not the other stuff because... Oh yeah, actually. That should be in fixed update. Grounded. So let's see if that did anything before I do anything else. Let me do Hobo's music. We are come, so we're still falling. And I can't jump. That is so strange. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we never touch the ground. The ground has never been touched before. So, character controller that is grounded is not equal to true. Then falling equals to true. So this is where character controller dot is grounded starts, right? Character controller dot is grounded. Grounded equals character controller dot is grounded. I don't need to set falling to true up here. I really don't. Yeah, I really don't need to set falling to true because if it's not grounded then it's already falling. Fixed all the time. I'll touch if falling, velocity y. If grounded, falling equals false, velocity y equals negative 1f. I don't think I need that there, so let's just set that like that. I don't need to know if it's grounded or not. Right? Because I can ask if it's grounded after I get the key down. So I merge these two. Those who go to bed sleep well. I go to bed. This song's about me. Whoa. Here we go. Now we are clean. Clean like squeaky baby. Sorry that I just said that. Tab 1, tab. There we go. Clean like squeaky baby. Clean like even squeakier baby. Oh yeah, I need to set being grounded. But that's jump training. Here we go. Hot damn, yes. Love these riffs. Okay, so I never get grounded, I never fall. I can wall touch though, and I can jump. Okay. I don't actually have falling set. What? Can I do it like that? This isn't Doomer music, is it? Hi, Glory Days. I was like really into the bleak future when I was in middle school. And then after that I just sort of dropped out of that idea. Very slowly I was convinced, very slowly I was able to become more convinced that things weren't as bad. I wanted to equal the opposite of grounded, but I guess I can just sort of make it... yeah, how do I operate that? This is really cool. Welcome back, Zovan. Good enough. That's damn good, actually. It's perfect. What am I looking for? Operators again. I want Boolean operators. Operators. I want Boolean logical operators. I want Boolean logical operators. Exclamation mark. Inequality. Oh, wait. I am so... I'm thinking of this in too many steps. Falling does not equal grounded. Negation. The negation of its operand. It produces true if the operand, so past equals false. So logical, and let's keep looking for exclamation marks. Inequality. Okay. Up, logical exclusive, or also known as XOR. X over Y, operands. Up equals, so hold on. Not up equals. Let's try, okay, 1 of 1. There's only one example of that in this thingy. Happy breakfast, Sophie. Let me see if that compiles. On the assignment, call increment decrement. Wait, a new object can be used as a statement. So 119. That is where I expected it to be. Maybe equals exclamation mark grounded. This is good. Oh fuck, it worked. So I am falling. I am never grounded. Oh, yeah, I am never grounded. Character controller dot is grounded is never true. Let me Google this. Controller that is grounded doesn't work reliably. A month! Oh my god. Same problem, I don't know why I have your same problem. Hate to resort to using raycast downward to find out if the player is really grounded or not. Since the logic for determining the player's collisions are already built in, I don't understand. Relatively expensive. In the other thread, setting vertical speed to 0 will never work for reasons I detailed further up that thread. Please detail what you are not understanding about the concept. I will help! God, this Jesse guy I've seen in another thread, and he just, like, has the most... Here's some other things. Okay, so... He's criticizing their solution without actually offering the solution. Serialized field... Get component does not require game object. Yeah, I'll listen to this. Mocha Domo was what I was listening to anyway. If player is grounded, vertical speed. That's a lot of stuff, but I guess that this is the culprit. If not, try whittling down. I mean, what else do you do though? Sorry for the large size post, but your assessment is that this is the problem. Then what is wrong with it? Maybe I'm not seeing what you're saying. Okay. Okay. How is my post not helping you? Where's your post? Okay. Which... Wow, what the fuck? Okay. Listen to what Lori said, only backwards. You need to apply gravity no matter what. You cut around that. Yes, there always has to be non-zero downward velocity when falling min downward velocity in this code, but it doesn't have to be large enough to be noticeable, I guarantee you. There's no way that I know of not to have to do this kind of thing when I'm using character controller. The example in the docs doesn't account for it. I'm interested in whether any example products do, but not interested enough to wade through them, considering I got sick of all the weirdness of character controllers and started using rigid bodies. Winky face! If controller.isGrounded, move direction.y is less than or equal to 0, move direction y equals min downward velocity, else move direction.y is less than or equal to gravity times time to delta time. Winky face. Okay, so if controller.isGrounded, direction.y is less than or equal to 0. Okay. So this considers both of them. Let me see what move direction.y is. I'm pretty sure that's just normal, whatever it is. Sorry, Zofan, for your funky synth, ear-stinging experience. I'm gonna have to check literally every method to make sure that it's not something that I can fix. Okay. So move direction is the variable. That's useful. So I need to have a minimum gravity active at all times. That is useful to know. Okay. Well, I already had thought about that, and that was not working. I don't think I need either of those to set the other one to false, because falling is now just the opposite of grounded. But if falling is the opposite of grounded, then what the fuck? I'm gonna try collision flags instead of dot is grounded. Because wall touch seems to be working fine. So, dot is grounded is going to be reworked. Fuck. There's no bottom. So what do I switch it to? Collision flags dot. Below. Nice. Respectful. Thinking my cup was empty. I almost spilled coffee. So Unity engine, collision flags. Oh my god, it worked. Oh, yes. Wah, wah. Wah, wah. My power has grown unimaginably. My sin was not using collision flags. Boom. Wall touch achieved. So wall touch... Okay, it only happens if I am touching the ground, so let me see. Okay. I just like jumping a lot. I kind of want some more vertical from my jumping. Let me set it to 2. That feels a lot better. That might be too much though. Let's do like 1.5. Easy. Holy fuck. This is really cool. This is in fact beautiful. This is beautiful, gorgeous, very cool, and also epic. And right now, I'm gonna celebrate I'm gonna play a cool GIF from Integer 52, some cool GIFs. This isn't 52. Oh, load 43 more images. They're very shy, so they don't really come to my stream. It's a bit too public for them. But they are on my Discord server, so that's where they'll be. Me too. Alright. I have to pee, so I'll be right back. How come Integer is loading this slow? Ruby. Hi. I'm back now. You might remember me from not being here. Well, this is my new thing. I'm being here instead of not being here anymore. Which one? The VIP badge or the cheer badge? I can show you. Crag detected. I detected myself too. I knew something felt weird. Bits. So yours is this guy. The non-cheer ammo? Oh. That's the VIP badge. I don't actually have the option to change that. What should I listen to? I want to listen to something that will, like, help me wake up. Datupon. When in doubt, just, like, put some freaking... Oh my god, I love Clown Vlog.
I was dropped on my head when I was a baby. What's your excuse? When you're with me, I'm smiling.
Bourbon has joined me. The moment that I opened Clown Vlog. Hold on.
It sucked. I hate my professor. Honk honk. Hey y'all, I just got back from my first day at clown school. I fell off my unicycle in the parking lot. It was really embarrassing. Are you trying to start shit? Come on, let's fucking do it. What? You trying to start shit? Well, get your ass over here. Clown feel when you major in juggling, but your father always wanted you to be a unicyclist. So much love in the world, and frankly, I can't be bothered to give more than I've already given. Planet is dying. Disease is everywhere. Lies, corruption, and hate fill everything, and I just am loving it. The planet is dying. Everything is filled with lies and corruption and hate and destruction and villainy, and I'm just loving it. If you want to know what you can do if you want to know what you can do to survive the end of this fucked up shithole of a fucking life planet, be a clown. Life hack, idiot. Everything's completely meaningless. Be a clown. Just have fun. Fuck you. I did not smoke 14 dippers this morning for nothing. Okay? The world is dying. I'm a fucking clown. I got shit to do. It's all coming down, baby. It's all coming down. There are a lot of rules that humans have to follow in order to be human. There are no rules for clowns. Disease is everywhere. Lies, corruption, and hate fill everything, and I just am loving it.
I play this album a lot when I have to make long drives. This is the same person. The same person made this that we just saw doing Clown Vlog. Also, hi Bourbon viewers, I'm Crag. You probably already know me from chats such as v__virgin, or chats such as v__bortus, or chats such as v__hotam. I've been game deving for how many hours? 7 hours. What the fuck? I've been game deving for 7 hours and 6 minutes. And quite frankly, I've been loving every minute of it. So far, I've gotten done double jumping. And that's it. I mean, I guess I did solve some things with fixed update, and I've got more efficient ways of doing certain things now, because a literal legend came into my chat and solved like several of my problems. But we've got wall jumping, we've got double jumps. And I can turn double jumps into however many jumps I want. I have more organized scripts now because I organize them. Yeah, that's right, me. It's not just a double jump, by the way. It's you have 2 stored jumps whenever you leave something. Hold on. Yeah. Double jump has been achieved. Stinking miasma and ooze. We could turn this into an art stream where I try to make some kind of model. I could do that next instead of trying to code rolling. I also got some very useful advice. So instead of doing something else, this is my role. That's what the yellow thing means. Yeah, you can just do that. That's honestly a feature. If you're aimed directly at it, you can do that, but the aim is a little bit more slippery. I mean, I guess you could just stand. Nope, you gotta aim slightly into it. Like, you have to aim if there's a system of pillars around you, but otherwise, yeah. But if it's like a wall, then you can slide up it, sort of, and not have to worry too much about the, you know. But that's still like horizontal movement as well as vertical. Honestly, I don't feel like the camera clipping through things is gonna detract from the experience much. I feel like people who game dev worry too much about that. Like in the AAA industry. But like the fact that my camera clips through this sometimes, especially if I'm like looking up, like the fact that I can see the bottom of some things. Surf maps. I'm not gonna make a surf map. I'm not good enough at surfing to make a surf map. God, finding precision with this system is a little bit weird. Because, like, you can jump. Okay, if I'm at the top of this pillar, right? Did I play Hat in Time? I have not. So if I'm at the top of this pillar, and I'm aimed that way, as soon as I start moving, I'll try to orient myself forward, so that the red line's forward. And let me make this a bit bigger so that you can see. Ah. There we go. So the red line is, it only appears when I'm trying to move, but it always tries to orient itself to where the camera is pointing. So like I have to do this car maneuver. It's easier to do, like if I'm pointing backwards, I'll want to jump first and then maneuver, because it only happens when you're moving. I might have like a button that reorients you or something like that. But it might be interesting like this, I don't know. I'll figure that out later. Okay. That is cool. It's very dependent on what kind of game you're making though. I've seen speedruns of it and like some other gameplay. I expect this game to have a lot of verticality to it. Like recently, I expect this game to have a lot of verticality to it. I didn't before like 2 days ago, but now I do. So, oh my god, what do I do next? I can make a roll. I kind of want to make a roll. Bean can go any and everywhere.
First things first, a few disclaimers. I'm not here to start some kind of war in the comments. I'm not here to tell somebody.
Let's start some. I was listening to sad SoundCloud boy rap. I want to listen to more Yo-Yo Bingo. So I'll see if that's in the relateds, and if not, then I'll look some up. Yeah, this is good. Doll. Very good album. Alright, Hobo. Thanks for being here. So what I want to do... no. Player controller. I want to make a new controller that handles animations. Or animation states. Which should be fairly straightforward. Nothing selected, player animations. Edit script. Well, I've got this on public class, bool leg touch. Leg touch doesn't exist anymore, leg check doesn't exist. These are all in the other script. Yeah, so I do not need these anymore. Roll. Let's do roll. What else? Those who go to bed, sleep well. That's you too, Hope Tim. You go to bed. So sleep well, okay? Me too, but not right now. I really like that one. Wait, roll. I feel like movement is its own thingy, which also contains if walking equals true. Which means I need to static walking. Public static walking. Public static. Sure, jumps max. I don't think I need those to be like that. Well, maybe I need to access them from the animation states. Whatever, bro. Hell yeah. Take me higher than Maybe. Bull is moving, input, direction, input. Where is walking? Bull walking. Public static bull walking. So, player controller. This could just be player states and not animation states. I think that would be helpful actually if I just named this player states. Mono behavior. I also need an idle one. Movement and idle. Well, I mean, idle is just an animation, right? But idle is also a state, so if idle equals true, then yeah, obviously. Okay. Cannot have void type. Okay. So if I want to test anything, I'll just comment all this out. I need to go back and get, fuck. I forgot how to do this already. I should be toasty, but I am not. It's alright. I think I want to try to stay up. It won't work very well, but I'll try it. I kind of want to do something to try to keep me awake instead of trying to program, because I feel like the sleep deprivation is starting to really set in. 8 hours of streaming is pretty good. 7 hours? Good enough. Next best thing, 7 hours of streaming. Let's go back and look up what the state machine was. I know that I have it open somewhere. Input.get key up. Don't need that. Colliders. Where's the state machine stuff? Oh, that's all the way over here. API collider. Instance field. State design pattern by Mario. Who said my lesson, boy? My running 'cause it's bringing her down. Okay. Public class enumerator internal state. Don't myself love craves. Okay. What does mono behavior do? No idea. Enumerator internal state. So what if I got rid of mono behavior? What would that do? What does mono behavior even do in the first place? Function is called when the scriptable object is started. So as soon as the scriptable object is started. Okay, well, I don't need that because I'll have different things to call these animations. Cool. Okay, class player states, enumerator, internal state, small Mario, Super Mario, Fire Mario, Key Mario. So instead of those, I would do this. Control C, Control V, C, Control V, C, Control V, movement. Where'd it go? Different operation can be executed based on the current state of the object. For example, got mushroom event. If it occurs for small Mario, the character would be changed to Super Mario, but if the same event occurs for Super Mario, it will remain the same. It may lead to confusion to write the same conditions in each method. Rewriting. Everything related to states is within state classes now, but responsibility to create its object is still outside. Since our state classes have no variables / properties, all those are maintained in Mario class, so you can make each state class singleton. Mario.state equals small Mario get instance. I was messing around with Marios earlier. Got feather Mario, right line got feather. Mario.state equals keep Mario.get instance. Mario.got coins. This shit starts to get weird for me. All state-related logic is maintained within state classes now, and in the final approach a singleton is used, which can be implemented in various better ways. Here we have removed conditional duplicacy, and new states can be easily added. Existing state logic can be easily extended without changing any other class. In-game programming, this pattern is frequently used. I don't really need to go from states to other states, because I'll be going from states to idle to next states. I mean, I will be buffering inputs, but that's more like... that's less important. Don't worry about that one. Oh gosh, I'm gonna have a different state for every attack animation. That's okay. I'm not going to be going from states to other states. I'm going to be going from states to idle or to movement. Which is fine. This is in the first section. Okay, yeah, main class. Why is it Mario dot? Mario equals new Mario. Right line, 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 Mario. Okay. So these are all the events, and all of the thingies up here happen because of those events. The events send the thingies, so... Weird. So that's the end of the public class. Enum internal state. Okay. Enum internal states. Attack movement. It doesn't seem like this is too hard to expand. So add movement, and then I just add whatever event happens. Yeah, for my purposes, this is perfect. This is I believe this song is called Smoking Weed Whenever We Breed. Hold on. Wait. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Smoking Weed Whenever We Breed. 1540. I can link you the album. There you go. Okay. So I just need to like class main class, static void main, string ARGs. I don't know. Public override string, state, life count, coins, count. Okay, so I don't know. Public override string. Not sure what that means. Okay. So class, main class. Wait, this goes after this bracket, so let's do that first. Nice. Good, Sylvan. I have no idea what that variable is. Mario equals new Mario. What does that mean, right line Mario? Okay. Let me scroll up and see if I can find public class Mario. Public Mario. Give me 1 second. Okay. So I think that Mario references like one of these. Mario. What about lowercase Mario? Control F. Mario. This is a nightmare. Mario. I don't see any lowercase Marios. Mario. Oh. Equals new Mario. Okay. I hope that's how it works. I don't know what ARGS means. Second one. First one, second one, third one. So there's three. I'm guessing that has some meaning in Unity. Great. There's no way of... Here. C# ARGS. Command line arguments. So it's short for arguments? Main arguments examples. So it may have something to do... Whatever. Oh, that's lowercase. Well, I need them to be uppercase. I also need some brackets. So it writes the line of the Mario. Mario equals new Mario. I think that makes... It creates a Mario, which is of type Mario, which means that it's one of the classes of Mario. Equals new Mario. Okay, never mind. I have no idea. That's great. This is just great. I have no idea. Yeah, I'm running out of brain power for this shit. I think I just leave it like this. I want to see if it compiles. Idle roll, attack 1, attack 2, movement. $50, $52. Huh. Meaning... Dot. Okay. Player states? Wait. Mario. Void. Wait, internal state. Enumerator. Wait, no. It comes from the class, right? Does it come from the class? Player states. Why is player states a variable? Because it has to be. Capital P. Capital P. Capital P. Capital P. Capital P, just so my naming conventions are, capital P. Control S. I'm also going to change the name within Unity. Player animation states. Player states. Alright. Inaccessible due to its protection level. Okay. Its protection level is inaccessible. No. What? Okay. So, player states movement, idle, attack 2, idle, static, void, main class, static class, main class, maybe? Class, static, void, main. It shouldn't be inaccessible, right? Main class, static, void, main. Arguments. Open, closed. Okay. I think I need to figure out what the fuck this means. Mario equals new Mario, open parenthesis, close parenthesis. I need to know where the first Mario comes from, what the second Mario is supposed to mean, or what the fuck the third Mario is. New Mario. So maybe it's new... I have no idea what references that. Mario. I'm gonna leave this open in a tab. This dude looks like he knows what he's talking about. He looks like he came out of Psychonauts. So I'm gonna leave this open, and I think I'm gonna end stream. Yeah, we're gonna host somebody. Twith.tv/following. Thank you, Purple, for host, as well as your previous stream. Xvia, Shiro, Giant One is streaming Escape from Take and Hold runs. What? What? Okay. DS3 streamer. There's somebody named Fennec Hams. To those of you who aren't furries, a fennec is a type of fox that's very tiny and very good.
Whoop. What happened? The game was bad. That's what happened. Wasn't me. It was the game.
I like them. Thank and Conchas. I really like that.
Let me build the best VSS ever, and then
Desert Fox.
Yeah, I actually got all the loot out of that raid too.
They're very small and they have very big ears proportionally.
yeah, I got some shit out of that too.
I think they're a furry that I followed from Twitter.
Yeah, thank God we got out.
You guys like souls. This guy just.
Log wall. Not part of my finger.
I don't want to host this guy. Who's Lance Von Uppercut again?
Look at that latency. I lose 2 fucking Estus on him.
He's got a strong accent.
Now. Oh, you're. No! What the fuck did I think? Oh, come on!
This is who I'm
what did I
hosting.
say? It's gonna. My nerves will just go away. 30 minutes fucking invasion.
Thank you guys for coming. Less than 3. God damn it.
Oh, this was awesome.
Heart. Wait.
This was awesome.
I have to press tab. Heart decoration. I'm gonna close everything down. But first, I haven't decided what to name the role guy. No, you. I imagine it is like 3 kings of rolling on their 3 thrones of being either rolling or not rolling. And the middle king isn't real, but his throne's real. And the other 2 kings don't have real thrones. But they're real. Middle king's a ghosty. Blah.